Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The morning fog pressed itself against the windows of 221B Baker Street like a living thing, soft and grey and hungry for silence. It was the kind of fog that made London forget it was a city at all, that turned the gaslit streets into something dreamlike, something suspended between the real world and the world of sleep. The kind that muted the sound of hansom cabs and muffled the cries of flower girls, so that all that remained was the gentle percussion of rain, the quiet breathing of the world settling into its day. Inside the sitting room on the first floor, the fire crackled softly in the hearth, throwing amber light across worn but comfortable furniture. The morning was still young, that precious hour before the world truly woke, when time felt generous and unhurried. The mantel clock ticked with patient precision, each sound a small anchor in the stillness. The chairs, deep and welcoming, waited by the fireplace like old friends. On the side table a pot of tea steamed gently, its warmth rising in thin spirals that caught the light and dissolved into the air like whispered secrets. Dr. Watson sat in his usual chair, the one nearest the window, with a copy of the morning paper folded upon his lap. He was not reading, not truly. Rather, he was in that pleasant state between waking and dreaming, where the mind drifts without purpose or destination. The words on the page before him blurred into something abstract, beautiful in their lack of meaning. His fingers, loosely curled around a teacup, held the last of the morning's first brew. China was warm, reassuring and familiar. He had sat in this chair 1,000 mornings, perhaps more. It had become part of him, as he had become part of it. Sherlock Holmes reclined in the armchair opposite, his long frame arranged with the careless grace of a cat. His dressing gown, a deep burgundy silk, hung loosely about his shoulders. His pale fingers steepled before his face, and his grey eyes, sharp despite the early hour, sharp despite the gentleness of the morning, were fixed upon the newspaper held between his hands. But like Watson, Holmes was not truly reading. He was thinking. His mind, that brilliant, restless instrument, was working through some internal maze, pursuing some logical thread that only he could perceive. The slight curl at the corner of his mouth suggested he was solving something, or had already solved it, or was perhaps musing on why the puzzle had not been more difficult. The sitting room itself seemed to breathe with contentment. The wallpaper, faded and patterned, held the accumulated warmth of countless mornings. Books lined the shelves in that particular disorder, that only grew more organised the longer one studied it, each volume placed exactly where Holmes wished it to be, despite appearances to the contrary. Pipes rested in the mantelpiece rack, and the faint ghost of tobacco smoke, pleasant and nostalgic, lingered in the air like a memory of yesterday's work. But beneath this tranquillity, there was something stirring, something that would, in the space of the next few moments, disrupt the gentle silence of the morning and transform an ordinary day into something altogether different. Neither Holmes nor Watson sensed it yet. They sat in their chairs, comfortable and unhurried, as if the world had nothing to demand of them. But the world, as it so often did, had other plans. The sound came first, a swift, agitated footstep on the stair, not the heavy tread of a caller, but something lighter, quicker, touched with anxiety. Both men's heads turned slightly, though neither set down his newspaper. Then came a soft knock, not the formal knock of a visitor, but the familiar tap of someone who had been knocking on this door for so many years that the gesture had become almost automatic, a greeting as much as a request for entry. "Come in, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes called out, his voice carrying that particular blend of amusement and mild irritation that he reserved for domestic matters. The door opened, and Mrs. Hudson herself entered. She was a woman of middle years with grey threading through her dark hair, with eyes that held the weariness of someone who had spent a lifetime caring for a household, that seemed determined to resist such care. Her bearing, however, remained upright, dignified. She wore her grey dress with the consciousness of someone who understood the weight of respectability. But this morning, something was distinctly amiss. Her face, usually composed, was creased with distress. Her hands, usually still and purposeful, fidgeted with the fabric of her apron. "Mr. Holmes," she began, and her voice carried a tremor that immediately captured his full attention. Both men lowered their papers. "I do beg your pardon for the interruption. I know it's early, and I know you've only just had your tea, but there's been an incident, a situation, something that I hardly know how to describe it, but I thought perhaps you might have some thoughts on the matter." Watson rose from his chair, courtesy, instinct, and genuine concern all operating in concert. "Mrs. Hudson, what's happened? Are you quite well?" She gave him a thin smile, the kind that suggested she was not unwell in body, but rather in spirit. She twisted her apron between her hands. "I'm perfectly well, Dr. Watson, thank you. It's not an emergency of the sort you're accustomed to addressing. It's rather more domestic, though I suppose to me it's every bit as pressing." Holmes, who had not moved, regarded her with an expression of mild curiosity. His eyes, however, were already conducting an inventory. The slight tremor in her left hand, the crease between her brows suggested anxiety rather than anger. The fact that her apron, usually immaculate, was twisted askew. The observation of these small details took him mere seconds, but from them he was already constructing a hypothesis. "The tablecloth," he said simply. Mrs. Hudson's face registered shock. Her hand flew to her breast. "How could you possibly? The state of your apron suggests agitation born from something domestic rather than urgent," Holmes said, rising now with a fluidity that belied his languid posture of moments before. "Your left hand trembles, which indicates something personally significant to you rather than a stranger's concern. And in the 3 years you've managed this household with admirable precision, the only matter that has previously driven you to our sitting room with such evident distress has been related to the condition of the household linens, specifically on one memorable occasion, a tea stain on the Persian rug. You're a woman of pride, Mrs. Hudson. Your home is your domain, and you guard it jealously. Therefore, something must have befallen something you hold dear." "Well," Mrs. Hudson said, and now there was something almost admiring beneath her distress. "You're quite right, as always. Though I confess it sounds rather silly, put into words by a consulting detective. It's only a tablecloth after all." "Not only a tablecloth," Watson said gently, gesturing for her to sit. She sank into the offered chair with a grateful sigh. "Holmes, perhaps we should allow Mrs. Hudson to tell her story in her own words, rather than forcing her to marvel at your deductions." Holmes, settling back into his chair with a faint smile that suggested he took no offence at this gentle reproof, inclined his head. "You're quite right, of course. My apologies, Mrs. Hudson. Do tell us what has occurred." Mrs. Hudson took a breath. The morning had grown quieter still, as if London itself had paused to listen. The fog pressed more heavily against the windows, and the fire crackled in its rhythm, crackle, pause, crackle, like a heartbeat rendered audible. "I was preparing breakfast, you see," she began, her voice settling into a more ordinary cadence now that she had begun her tale. "The morning is always my quietest time. I come down to the kitchen at 6:30, put on the kettle, set out the breakfast things. Usually I have the whole kitchen to myself, just me and my thoughts and the gentle work of preparing for the day. It's peaceful. I look forward to it." Watson nodded encouragement. "Well, this morning I'd laid out the best tablecloth. The cream linen with the embroidered border, you understand. The one that's been in my family for years, brought from the country when I first came to London. I only bring it out when I'm expecting someone special, or when I want the sitting room to feel particularly nice. I thought, with the fog so thick this morning, it might be nice to have something warm and cheerful about the house." She paused, her fingers working at her apron. "This morning?" Holmes asked, his interest suddenly and fully engaged. "You're saying this occurred this very morning, before we came down to breakfast?" "Only within the last quarter hour," Mrs. Hudson confirmed. "I was in the kitchen, preparing the eggs and the toast, when I heard a visitor arrive. Very early, I thought it was. We don't often have callers at such an hour. I assumed it must be one of your clients, Mr. Holmes, or perhaps a police matter. But there was something hurried about the footsteps, something urgent. I heard them in the entryway, heard them pause, and then I heard them making their way up the stairs with such speed that I thought perhaps something was quite wrong. Did you see the visitor?" Holmes leaned forward slightly, his fingers steepling again beneath his chin. "No, not directly. By the time I emerged from the kitchen, they'd already passed through the sitting room. I heard the murmur of voices from your study. It was your study door opening. I distinctly heard that. I assumed you had been awake already, Mr. Holmes, and had received them there. So I returned to my breakfast preparations, thinking nothing more of it. The visitor didn't stay long. Perhaps 10 minutes, perhaps less. And when they departed, I heard the stairs again, very quick, very urgent, and then the door closing below. She looked down at her hands. After they'd gone, I finished laying out the breakfast things. I was carrying the tablecloth into the sitting room. I was going to drape it over the table we use for breakfast, the small one by the window, when I saw it. An ink stain, a large one, right across the centre of the cloth where it would be most visible. It's quite ruined, I fear. The ink has soaked right through. I did my best to blot it immediately, but I'm afraid the damage is done. The sitting room fell silent. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows. Inside, the clock ticked. Tick, tick, tick. The fire crackled. Holmes's expression had changed entirely. The mild amusement had departed, replaced by something far more intense. His eyes had narrowed, and that peculiar focus which Watson had come to recognise as the sign of genuine intellectual engagement had descended upon him like a mask. "Show me," Holmes said simply. Mrs. Hudson led them downstairs. The kitchen was warm, filled with the smell of cooking, butter, eggs, toast, the earthy comfort of breakfast. But laid across the large wooden table in the corner of the room was the cream-coloured tablecloth, and across its face was a stain that told its own story. It was large, spreading, with a pattern, of smaller splatters radiating outward from a central point. The ink was a deep black, the kind used in fountain pens, the kind one found in official documents and formal correspondence. It had dried somewhat, but only somewhat. Holmes did not touch it immediately. Instead, he circled the table slowly, his eyes conducting their own inventory. Watson watched his friend work, recognizing the signs of genuine engagement. "When, precisely, did you discover it?" Holmes asked. "No more than 20 minutes ago, I should say. I came down to the kitchen first, as always. The house was quiet. Then, when I heard the visitor, I attended to my cooking. After they departed, perhaps 5 minutes passed before I found the cloth." "And you haven't moved it? Haven't tried to clean it?" "I blotted it, as I said, with a cloth. But I did so very gently, Mr. Holmes. I didn't want to damage it further. I've left it precisely as I found it." Holmes nodded. He was studying the stain now with an intensity that might have seemed obsessive to anyone who didn't understand the nature of his mind. He was seeing something in the pattern, in the angle, in the very geography of the ink's dispersal. His eyes traced the trajectory of the splatter as if following a map only he could read. "Watson," he said quietly, "what do you make of it?" Watson stepped closer, attempting to apply the methods Holmes had taught him over the years. "Well, the stain is concentrated here at the centre with smaller specks spreading outward. The pattern suggests the bottle was moved quickly, or perhaps knocked over. Or," Holmes said, and there was an edge of satisfaction in his voice, "the fountain pen was held in a hand that moved with great haste. Note the angle of the major splatters, not random but directional. Someone who was writing or attempting to write, and who moved with considerable urgency. The ink pooled here, where the nib rested against the cloth for a moment, but then, look, the pen continued moving, up and to the left, a gesture of frustration or haste." He straightened, and there was a glint in his eye that Watson knew well. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, turning to her with an expression of mild triumph, "you have been the recipient of a small mystery this morning, though you may not realize its significance. Your tablecloth has not merely been stained. It has been part of something far more interesting than a domestic accident." "I don't understand," Mrs. Hudson said, her anxiety deepening slightly. "No," Holmes said gently, "but you will. Tell me, the visitor this morning, did you hear enough of their voice to make any determination of their identity?" Mrs. Hudson frowned, thinking. There was something familiar about it now that you mention it, but I cannot quite place it. The voice was male, and it carried a note of, I suppose I'd describe it as distress. Yes, there was something troubling in that voice." Holmes nodded slowly. He was smiling now, that small private smile that suggested he had glimpsed the shape of something interesting taking form. "I believe," he said to Watson, though his words were addressed to both the doctor and Mrs. Hudson, that our mysterious visitor has left us something far more valuable than a stain. They have left us a question, and questions, my dear Watson, are infinitely more interesting than answers. He turned to Mrs. Hudson. You may leave the tablecloth exactly as it is. I shall examine it more thoroughly after breakfast. And Mrs. Hudson, you have done quite right in bringing this matter to our attention. Your household instincts, as always, are impeccable. As Mrs. Hudson departed, looking somewhat bewildered but heartened, Watson found himself studying his friend's face. Holmes, what is it? You've recognised something. Possibly, Holmes said, returning his gaze to the stain. Or perhaps I've merely recognised the possibility of something worth recognising. We shall see. Come, Watson, let us return to our tea before it grows cold, and when breakfast is laid, I suspect we shall have considerably more to discuss than the weather. The two men climbed the stairs back to the sitting room, leaving behind them the cream tablecloth with its geography of ink, its pattern of haste, its silent testimony to a morning's urgent business. The fog pressed against the windows still, the fire crackled, and in the pocket of Holmes's mind a puzzle had begun to assemble itself, piece by piece, waiting only for the morning light to reveal its shape. The household crisis, as Mrs. Hudson had called it, had only just begun. The breakfast had been laid out in the sitting room now on a small table by the window. Toast, golden and warm, rested in a rack lined with white cloth. Eggs, soft cooked and steaming gently, sat in porcelain cups. Butter, pale and creamy and melted slightly in the warmth of the morning. Tea, fresh tea, not the cold remnants of earlier, had been poured into delicate cups. Mrs. Hudson had done her work with quiet precision, as if the act of preparing breakfast might somehow restore order to her troubled morning. But neither Holmes nor Watson was truly attending to the breakfast. They sat at the small table, their plates largely untouched, their attention instead fixed upon the object that now rested upon a chair drawn up close, the cream-coloured tablecloth still bearing its dark geography of ink. Holmes had positioned himself immediately after returning from the kitchen, moving with the focused energy of a man entirely engaged in the work before him. He had fetched his magnifying glass from the study, a beloved instrument, worn from use, familiar in his hand as a violin might be to a musician. He had also retrieved a small leather notebook and several pencils from his desk, and these lay beside the tablecloth like the tools of a surgeon about to conduct a delicate operation. The morning light, little of it penetrated the fog, fell across the stain, in a way that revealed new details with each subtle shift of angle. Holmes worked methodically, moving the magnifying glass across the surface of the cloth with the patience of an archaeologist examining an ancient artifact. His long fingers traced the patterns without quite touching them, and his pale eyes, magnified behind the glass, tracked each tiny variable with an intensity that bordered on the meditative. Watson watched his friend work. He had long ago ceased to be astonished by Holmes's methods, but he had never ceased to find them beautiful in their own particular way. There was an artistry to it, a kind of music in the careful observation, the meticulous notation, the logical progression from evidence to deduction. It was as if Holmes were reading a story written in ink and fibre, in angle and splatter, in the very violence or gentleness of movement that had created this mark upon the cloth. Fascinating, Holmes murmured almost to himself. Truly fascinating. Do you see, Watson? The variation in the spray pattern. Here, the droplets are tiny, almost atomized, but here they are larger, more substantial. This suggests a difference not merely in the distance of the pen from the cloth, but in the velocity with which the writing implement was moving at different moments. Watson leaned closer, studying the stain with genuine effort to perceive what Holmes saw so clearly. The writer was writing at different speeds? Precisely. Or rather, the hand holding the pen was moving with varying degrees of urgency. Here, Holmes indicated a section near the centre with the tip of his pencil. The movement was rapid but controlled. The splatter is tight, compact. But here, extending upward and to the left, the droplets spread more widely. This suggests a sudden movement, a jerk perhaps, an abrupt gesture born of emotion rather than deliberate action. He straightened slightly, his eyes still fixed upon the cloth. The morning seemed to hold its breath around him. Outside, London was waking beneath the fog. The sound of a milk cart in the street below, the cry of a newspaper seller, the distant bell of a church tower. But here, in the sitting room of 221B Baker Street, There was only the quiet of intense focus. And the ink itself, Holmes continued more to himself than to Watson, is a fountain pen ink, not the thick pigmented substance of a dip pen. The composition suggests one of the better brands, Waterman's perhaps, or possibly Mont Blanc. This indicates someone of means, or at least someone who valued the quality of their writing instruments, someone for whom correspondence or documentation held significance. "You're narrowing it down then," Watson said, finding that he too was drawn into the puzzle now. The visitor was someone educated, someone of some standing, someone whose pen had recently been in use. And someone, Holmes added, his voice taking on a sharper edge, who was in a state of considerable emotional disturbance. "Observe the pattern here, Watson, the initial pooling of the ink. It suggests the pen came to rest against the cloth, held there for a moment. Not dropped, not abandoned, deliberately set down. And then, see how the trail continues? The pen was lifted again, but not smoothly. There's a small splatter here that indicates it was moved with a sudden, almost jerking motion." Holmes rose from his chair and walked slowly around the table, regarding the cloth from different angles. His dressing gown, still ungathered at the waist, flowed behind him like the cape of some Victorian magician, about to perform an act of intellectual prestidigitation. He moved with the grace of a man who felt utterly at home in his own space, who had made this sitting room a kind of stage upon which the dramas of London were enacted and understood. "The thickness of the stain," he mused, "varies considerably. Here, at the centre, it is quite dark, quite saturated, but moving outward, toward the perimeter, it becomes progressively lighter. This is consistent with what one would expect from a sudden spill, where the initial contact is most concentrated, and the spray diminishes with distance." He paused, turning to Watson with an expression that blended satisfaction with something else, something that might have been called sympathy. Had one known Holmes well enough to imagine such an emotion could live behind those keen grey eyes? But what is most telling, Watson, is not what the stain tells us about the writing, or about the writer's state of mind in that moment. What is most telling is what the stain tells us about the visitor's reason for calling at such an unseemly hour, and what they were doing in our sitting room with a pen in their hand. "They were writing," Watson said slowly, following the thread of Holmes's logic. "Writing something hurriedly, writing something that distressed them." "They were writing something they did not wish to write," Holmes corrected gently. "Or rather, they were attempting to write something and failing. The stain itself suggests a moment of intense frustration. The pen was held, words were formed, or attempted to be formed, and then, in a moment of emotional overwhelm, the pen jerked upward, scattering ink across the cloth." Holmes returned to his seat. He picked up his notebook and, with a few swift strokes of his pencil, sketched something. Whether it was a rendering of the stain or merely notes of his observations, Watson could not quite determine. Holmes's handwriting, when hurried, often bordered on illegibility, a kind of shorthand that only he could decipher. "You see, my dear Watson," Holmes said, setting down his pencil and steepling his fingers once more, "this is not a mystery in the conventional sense. This is not a crime to be solved, or a missing person to be located. This is something far more delicate. This is a window into a moment of human vulnerability. This is the visible mark of someone's private distress, rendered in ink upon linen." Watson felt a small shiver run through him at these words. Holmes spoke often of crime, of criminals, of logic and deduction. But these moments when he turned his formidable intellect toward understanding the human heart, were rarer and somehow more affecting. "Mrs. Hudson said the visitor's voice was familiar," Watson recalled. "She said there was something distressed in it." "She did," Holmes agreed. He rose again, this time moving to the window. The fog pressed against the glass, soft and impenetrable. It seemed to muffle even thought itself. A familiar voice, someone known to this household, someone whose visit at such an hour would not be entirely extraordinary, though still unusual enough to merit surprise. Someone, furthermore, whose distress would be profound enough to manifest in a moment of such emotional loss of control. He was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the fog. The clock ticked, the fire crackled, and then, as if a door had opened in his mind, Holmes turned back to Watson with a smile that was equal parts satisfaction and understanding. "I believe," he said quietly, "that I know who our early morning visitor was." "Who?" Watson asked, though he sensed already that Holmes would not answer directly. He never did, not at this stage of an investigation. He would insist upon walking Watson through his reasoning, and would compel him to see the path that his own mind had already travelled. Consider Watson, a man sufficiently distressed to lose control of his fountain pen, a man whose voice Mrs. Hudson recognised but did not immediately place, a man who came at dawn, when the household would be just stirring, when few would notice his arrival or departure, a man who required the counsel or discretion of a consulting detective at such an hour. Watson felt understanding beginning to crystallise. "Surely you don't mean—" "A police officer," Holmes said, and there was something almost sad in his voice now. "Someone from Scotland Yard, someone accustomed to authority, to certainty, to the maintenance of control, someone for whom coming here at this hour with this distress would represent a considerable breach of the professional composure they normally maintain." "But which officer?" Watson pressed. "We've worked with several." "Ah, but there is only one who would come here in such a state, and only one upon whose visit Mrs. Hudson might remark as bearing a note of familiarity. Only one whose voice she would recognise and yet not immediately place, because she hears it so rarely in such a condition of distress." Holmes returned to the table and studied the tablecloth once more. "The angle of the stain, Watson. Look at it again. Note how the hand that held the pen would need to be positioned to create this particular pattern. A right-handed individual writing from this position. Not a man accustomed to sitting at this particular desk. He would be unfamiliar with its height, its exact placement. He would be sitting rigidly, uncomfortably, prepared to leave at any moment. A man who did not come to stay, but merely to speak, to seek advice, and to depart." "Inspector Lestrade," Watson breathed, the name arriving fully formed in his mind. "Inspector Lestrade," Holmes confirmed with a slight nod. "Called here at an hour that suggests urgency. Carrying with him a pen, presumably from documents he's been examining. Distressed enough to lose control when confronted with something in this room, or something in our conversation that struck him deeply. Distressed enough to scatter ink across Mrs. Hudson's prized tablecloth without even noticing. So entirely concentrated was he on whatever matter had driven him to this house." Watson found himself sinking back into his chair, processing this information. Lestrade was a good man, despite Holmes' frequent ribbing about his methods. Competent, earnest, devoted to his work at Scotland Yard. But he was also a man burdened by the weight of his position, by the pressure to close cases and appear efficient to his superiors. What could have distressed him so profoundly, Watson wondered aloud. Holmes was silent for a moment. He moved back to the window, his tall figure silhouetted against the fog-dimmed light. When he spoke, his voice was quieter than before, and held a note of something almost like compassion. "That, my dear Watson, is a question we cannot answer from the stain alone. But I confess to being intrigued. Lestrade does not come here easily. There is always a barrier between us, a professional distance that he maintains with considerable effort. For him to arrive at such an hour in such a state suggests something of considerable gravity." He turned back to face Watson fully. "I believe we shall soon hear from our friend at Scotland Yard, and I believe that when we do we shall discover that this stain upon Mrs. Hudson's tablecloth is far more significant than a mere domestic accident. It is rather a mark of someone's conscience seeking guidance, a mark of humility seeking understanding, a mark of error seeking correction." Watson rose and moved to join Holmes by the window. Together they looked out at the fog, at the muted London morning, at the hidden world beyond the glass. The breakfast sat cooling on the table behind them, untouched and forgotten. But neither man felt any hunger for food. The puzzle had awakened them in a way that breakfast never could. "What shall we do?" Watson asked. "We shall wait," Holmes said simply. "And we shall think. The pieces will come together, Watson. They always do. In the meantime, let us ensure that Mrs. Hudson receives the proper recompense for her damaged tablecloth. And let us think upon the nature of mercy, and upon what it might mean when a man must come seeking the counsel of Sherlock Holmes in such a state of distress that his hands refuse to obey his mind's commands." The morning deepened around them. The fog continued its soft assault on the windows, and in the sitting-room of 221B Baker Street, two friends stood in companionable silence, each thinking his own thoughts, each pondering the significance of a stain and what it might reveal about a man's private anguish. The tablecloth, no longer merely ruined linen, had become something else entirely. It had become a message, a silent testimony to a moment when control had failed, when the careful facade of professional composure had cracked, revealing the vulnerable human beneath. and somewhere in the depths of London, beneath the fog and the bustle and the ordinary business of the morning, Inspector Lestrade was facing the consequences of whatever decision or error had driven him to Sherlock Holmes's door at dawn. He did not yet know that his moment of loss of control had been observed, analysed, and understood. He did not yet know that the stain he had left behind had already spoken volumes to a mind as keen as Holmes. But he would learn. In time, all would be revealed, and in that revelation would lie not condemnation, but something far more valuable, the possibility of understanding, and perhaps of mercy. The afternoon had settled into that peculiar quietness that only London fog can create. The day, which had dawned with promise, had gradually surrendered to the encroaching mist. Now, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it might have been early evening. The world beyond the windows of 221B Baker Street had become something soft and indistinct, a watercolour painting left out in the rain. The gas lamps in the street below had been lit despite the early hour, their yellow light diffused and softened by the fog into something almost dreamlike. Holmes had remained largely absent from the sitting room since breakfast. Watson, who had known his friend for long enough to recognise the signs of intense concentration, had not been surprised. When Holmes was engaged with a puzzle that had captured his full attention, he often withdrew to his study, there to think, to pace, to organise his thoughts with the precision of a conductor organising an orchestra. The door to the study remained closed, and only the occasional soft footstep from within suggested that Holmes was indeed still present in the house. Watson had occupied himself with the morning's newspaper, with a small volume of medical cases that held his perennial interest, and with the simple pleasure of observation. He sat in his chair by the window, watching the fog, watching the muted life of the street below, thinking his own thoughts. The fire had been tended by Mrs. Hudson, who had moved about the sitting room with quiet efficiency, removing the breakfast things, tidying the space, her eyes lingering for a moment on the tablecloth before carrying it away with the careful reverence of someone who understood the value of what had been damaged. It was at precisely 2:30 that the letter arrived. The post had come and gone at its usual hour, but Mrs. Hudson had set aside one particular envelope, which she now brought to Watson with an air of quiet significance. The envelope was official in appearance, thick cream-coloured paper bearing the seal of Scotland Yard. The handwriting on the front was precise, military in its exactness, and unmistakably Lestrade's. "For Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson said, offering it on a small silver tray. "It came in the second post. I thought perhaps you might wish to inform him immediately." Watson took the envelope, noting the careful calligraphy, the deliberate precision. It was the hand of a man who had spent years recording official documents, writing reports, and maintaining records. But there was something in that precision that spoke of effort, of control being maintained through force of will rather than natural ease. "I shall inform him at once," Watson said, rising from his chair. He crossed to the study door and knocked. There was a moment's pause, and then Holmes's voice called out from within, "Come in, Watson." The study was precisely as Watson had anticipated. Holmes was not sitting, but standing. He stood at the window of his study, which looked out onto the fog-shrouded street below, his hands clasped behind his back. The posture was one Watson had seen countless times, the posture of a man thinking his way through a problem, turning it over in his mind from every angle, examining it as one might examine a piece of crystal held up to the light. The study itself was in that particular state of organised chaos that characterised Holmes's workspace. Papers were stacked on the desk, but in piles that suggested deliberate organisation rather than haphazard accumulation. Books lined the shelves, and several volumes lay open on various surfaces, as if Holmes had been consulting them in rapid succession. On one corner of the desk sat the stained tablecloth, still being examined apparently, though from this distance Watson could not determine what further analysis it was undergoing. "A letter has arrived," Watson said, extending the envelope. "From Lestrade, I should think." Holmes turned immediately, his expression brightening with the intensity of focused interest. He took the envelope without comment and opened it with the swift, economical movement of a man who had opened thousands of official documents. His grey eyes scanned the contents rapidly. Then he lowered the letter and stood for a moment in silence, considering what he had read. "Interesting," he said finally. "Very interesting indeed. Come, Watson, sit. Let me read this to you and tell me what you make of it." Watson settled into one of the chairs in the study, and Holmes, still standing, began to read aloud. His voice carried the full text of the letter in its measured cadence. "My dear Holmes, I find myself in a position of considerable difficulty, and I believe I may need your counsel. I came to see you this morning in hopes of discussing a matter that weighs heavily upon my conscience, though I suspect my visit was poorly timed and my emotional state less than professional. I cannot account for my behaviour, and I must apologise for any inconvenience I may have caused to you or to your household. I am writing to request a meeting at your earliest convenience. There is a matter related to a recent arrest that I believe may require your particular expertise and your discretion. I would not impose upon you if I did not believe the matter to be of considerable importance. The details are too sensitive to commit to paper, but I hope that when we have an opportunity to speak in person, you will understand the gravity of the situation. I have attached a note regarding the case in question, sealed for your eyes alone. I trust in your discretion and your wisdom. Yours in service, Inspector G. Lestrade." Holmes lowered the letter and walked slowly around the study, his fingers drumming together in that characteristic gesture that indicated heightened mental activity. "You see, Watson, he admits to his emotional state this morning. He acknowledges the impropriety of his visit, and yet he uses the language of official duty. He frames this not as a personal crisis, but as a matter requiring official investigation." "A deflection," Watson said quietly. "He's attempting to maintain his professional demeanour even in writing." "Precisely. And note the phrase, 'a matter related to a recent arrest that I believe may require your particular expertise and your discretion.' He specifically asks for discretion, Watson. He does not say he requires my investigative abilities. He asks for discretion. This suggests that what troubles him is not a crime that needs solving, but a decision that has been made which he now questions." Holmes set the letter aside and retrieved a sealed note that had been enclosed with it. This too he opened with swift efficiency, and his eyes moved rapidly across the page. As he read, Watson observed the subtle shifts in his friend's expression, a slight tightening around the eyes, a momentary compression of the lips, and then, curiously, a softening, as if Holmes had read something that touched upon his capacity for human sympathy. "3 weeks ago," Holmes said, reading directly from the note, "a case was brought to the attention of Scotland Yard involving the disappearance of documents from a governmental office. The theft occurred over the course of a single evening, and suspicion fell upon a clerk named William Morton, who had access to the locked cabinet in which the documents were stored. The evidence seemed conclusive. A key was found in Morton's possession that matched the lock, and witnesses reported seeing him working late into the evening on the night in question." Holmes paused, looking up from the note to meet Watson's eyes. "Lestrade made the arrest," Watson said, understanding beginning to dawn. "Lestrade made the arrest," Holmes confirmed, "and now, apparently, he has begun to question whether his conclusion was correct. The note is somewhat vague. He provides only these bare facts, but the subtext is clear. He has discovered something that makes him doubt the guilt of the man he arrested." "But why come to you?" Watson asked. "Why not simply reopen the investigation through official channels?" "Ah," Holmes said, and there was a particular quality to his voice now, a blend of understanding and something approaching tenderness. "That is the question that the stain upon Mrs. Hudson's tablecloth has already answered for us, is it not? Because if Lestrade reopens the investigation through official channels, and if that reopening results in the exoneration of William Morton, then Lestrade's own judgment will be called into question. His superiors will wonder why he did not conduct a more thorough investigation in the first instance. His reputation, which he has spent years building, will be damaged. But if he can come to me, if I can conduct my own investigation and arrive at a different conclusion through my own methods, then perhaps the arrest can be quietly withdrawn, without the full weight of official censure falling upon him." Watson felt a kind of sadness settle over him at this analysis. He had always admired Lestrade for his earnestness, for his genuine desire to serve justice. But he had not always considered the personal cost of such service, the burden of maintaining one's reputation, the fear of professional ruin, the pressure to appear infallible. "So he comes to you not as a client seeking truth," Watson said slowly, "but as a colleague seeking mercy." Holmes inclined his head. "Precisely. And he comes to me because he knows that I am not bound by the constraints of official duty. I can investigate as I wish, without concern for the political implications or the bureaucratic ramifications. I can follow the truth wherever it leads, and in doing so I can either confirm his original assessment or provide him with evidence of Morton's innocence that can be presented in a way that does not entirely undermine his professional credibility. Holmes moved to the window of his study and gazed out at the fog. The light was fading now, and the fog seemed to deepen with the approach of evening, becoming more substantial, more present, as if the city itself was withdrawing into contemplation. "Tell me, Watson," Holmes said, his voice taking on that particular cadence that suggested he was thinking aloud, organising his thoughts through speech. "What does the stain tell us about Lestrade's state of mind when he visited us this morning?" Watson considered the question carefully, drawing upon what Holmes had taught him about observation and deduction. The urgency of his hand movements suggests emotional disturbance. The concentration of the ink in the centre of the stain, spreading outward, suggests that whatever he was attempting to write was important to him. The fact that the pen jerked upward suddenly suggests a moment of emotional overwhelm, perhaps frustration, or despair, or the weight of conflicting emotions becoming too much to bear. "And from this," Holmes said gently, "what can we deduce about his reason for coming?" "That he was seeking permission," Watson said, and even as he spoke he understood the truth of it. He was seeking permission to do something he knew on some level was right, but which he feared might be seen as a dereliction of duty. He was seeking, perhaps not permission exactly, but understanding, validation that his doubts were not a failure of professional judgment, but a recognition of truth. Holmes turned from the window and regarded Watson with an expression of genuine warmth. "My dear Watson, you continue to surprise me with the depth of your understanding of the human condition. You are quite correct. Lestrade did not come here seeking a detective. He came here seeking, well, I suppose one might call it a friend. Someone who could understand the conflict between official duty and personal conscience." Holmes held up the note from Lestrade, studying it once more. He writes, "I have discovered certain facts about the case that were not previously evident to me. Facts which suggest that my original assessment may have been hasty. Facts which suggest that the man I arrested may, in fact, be innocent of the crime." He goes on to provide me with the names and details necessary to conduct my own investigation. But note, Watson, the carefully clinical nature of the language. He is attempting to frame this as a purely investigative matter, not as a personal crisis of conscience. He is protecting himself, Watson said, understanding this as well. Even in asking for help, he is maintaining the facade of professional propriety. Precisely, and by doing so, Holmes said, he's making it easier for me to help him, because I can conduct my investigation as if it were a matter of professional curiosity, entirely separate from any consideration of how it might reflect upon Lestrade's original conclusions. I can, in effect, allow him to save face while still arriving at the truth. Holmes set the letter and note down on his desk with deliberate care. He stood for a moment in silence, and Watson could see the wheels turning behind his friend's keen grey eyes. This was Holmes in the moment of committing himself to a case. Not a dramatic commitment, but a quiet one. A recognition that something worth understanding had presented itself. "I shall need to examine the case files," Holmes said finally. "The evidence against Morton, the timeline of events, the witness statements. I shall need to interview the man himself if possible, and I shall need to understand the nature of the documents that were stolen, what they contained, why they were important, and who might have had motivation to take them." "You believe Morton is innocent?" Watson asked. "I believe nothing yet," Holmes corrected gently. "I have only a series of facts and the emotional response of a man I respect to those facts. But when a detective of Lestrade's experience begins to doubt his own conclusion, such doubt is worth investigating. It is the kind of doubt that speaks to something observed, but not yet understood, something that nags at the edge of consciousness until it can no longer be ignored." Holmes moved back to the desk and set the note aside with care. He picked up a piece of paper and with swift, precise movements began to write. His handwriting, when deliberate, was quite beautiful, an elegant script that spoke of careful training and disciplined practice. "I shall send a reply to Lestrade," Holmes said as he wrote, "informing him that I will undertake an investigation into the matter he has raised. I shall request access to the case files and permission to interview the relevant parties, and I shall assure him that any investigation I conduct will be conducted with the utmost discretion." As Holmes wrote, Watson moved to the window and looked out at the fog. Somewhere in that fog, hidden among the countless streets and alleys of London, was a man named William Morton, a clerk who had perhaps been wrongly accused, who was perhaps languishing in prison while the man who had arrested him wrestled with doubts about the soundness of his own judgment. And somewhere else in that fog was Inspector Lestrade himself, a man caught between the demands of his position and the dictates of his conscience, a man who had come at dawn seeking guidance, who had spilled ink across Mrs. Hudson's tablecloth in the grip of his own inner conflict. The fog pressed against the window, soft and impenetrable, but within 221B Baker Street, the fog of uncertainty was beginning to lift. A puzzle had presented itself, and Sherlock Holmes had accepted the challenge. The investigation, quiet and private as it must be, had begun. "Watson," Holmes said, setting down his pen and sealing his reply to Lestrade in an envelope, "I believe we shall have work to do. The case of William Morton awaits, and if my suspicions are correct, we may find ourselves not merely solving a puzzle, but perhaps performing a small act of justice in the shadows, unobserved by those who concern themselves with official matters and professional advancement." Watson turned from the window and saw his friend regarding him with that particular expression of camaraderie that had always characterized their best moments, the expression of a man who valued his companion not merely for his capacity to assist in investigations, but for his capacity to understand the deeper currents of human motivation that ran beneath the surface of detective work. The afternoon deepened into evening. The fog continued its soft assault on the windows, and in the study of 221B Baker Street, two friends prepared themselves for a new investigation, one that would require not merely the application of logic and observation, but also the careful navigation of loyalty, mercy, and the complicated business of being human. 3 days had passed since Lestrade's letter arrived, 3 days during which Holmes had been consumed entirely by the investigation into the case of William Morton. Watson had observed his friend with the familiar mixture of admiration and concern that such periods of intense focus always occasioned. Holmes had eaten sparingly, slept even more sparingly, and had maintained a constant state of motion, moving between his study and the sitting room, consulting reference materials, writing notes in his precise shorthand, occasionally pacing the length of the sitting room with his hands clasped behind his back, lost entirely in the mechanisms of his own mind. The case files from Scotland Yard had arrived within hours of Holmes's request, delivered by a quiet constable who had been instructed to place them directly into the detective's hands. The documents were extensive: witness statements, police reports, photographs of the scene, details of the evidence recovered, and the transcript of William Morton's initial interrogation. Holmes had consumed all of this information with the veracity of a man reading the most compelling narrative, though to an outside observer he had appeared to be doing nothing more than sitting in his chair, occasionally turning a page, his eyes moving with methodical precision across each line. On the evening of the third day, Holmes had summoned Watson to the study with an unusual degree of formality. There had been something in his manner, a particular quality of anticipation mixed with something approaching gravity, that suggested he had arrived at conclusions of significance. Watson had set aside the letter he had been writing, and had come at once, finding his friend standing by the fireplace, the case files arrayed before him on a table, the stained tablecloth still positioned nearby as if serving as a kind of talisman or anchor point for the investigation. "I have been examining the evidence with considerable care," Holmes began without preamble, his voice carrying that particular cadence that suggested he was about to unfold a narrative of some complexity. "And I believe I have arrived at conclusions that will, I fear, both illuminate and complicate the matter that troubles our friend Lestrade." Watson settled into a chair, recognizing the ritual of these moments. Holmes would speak, and he would listen, and in the unfolding of Holmes's deductions the truth would gradually become visible, like a photograph emerging from its chemical bath. "The case against William Morton appears on the surface to be entirely sound," Holmes continued, his long fingers tapping together in that familiar gesture of concentration. "The evidence seems overwhelming. A key was found in his possession that matched the lock of the cabinet in which the stolen documents were kept. Witnesses placed him in the office building on the night of the theft, working late, as was his custom. The documents themselves, governmental correspondence of a sensitive nature, disappeared during the precise window of time during which Morton was in the building." Holmes paused, turning to face Watson fully. "All of this is true, all of this is accurate, and yet, Watson, it is precisely because all of this is true that I began to suspect that something was amiss." "How do you mean?" Watson asked. though he sensed already that Holmes was about to demonstrate the kind of logical precision that had always been his greatest gift. "Consider, if you will, the nature of the evidence itself," Holmes said. "A guilty man who steals documents from a locked cabinet does so for a reason. He either intends to sell them, to give them to someone else, or to conceal their existence from those who would miss them. Yet when Morton was arrested, the stolen documents were found neither upon his person nor in any location connected to him. They have not been offered for sale. They have not appeared in any suspicious quarters. They have simply vanished." Holmes moved to the desk and retrieved a piece of paper, upon which he had made notes in his characteristic shorthand. Furthermore, the key that was found in Morton's possession, the key which was meant to prove his guilt, presents an interesting puzzle. I took the liberty of examining the metallurgical composition of this key, comparing it to similar keys used throughout the governmental office building, and I discovered something quite remarkable. Watson leaned forward, entirely engaged now. "The key found in Morton's possession," Holmes said, reading from his notes, "was manufactured approximately 18 months ago. The lock on the cabinet, however, was installed only 9 months prior to the theft. The key, therefore, could not have been manufactured to open that particular lock. Someone would have needed to have had a new key made, or the lock would have needed to have been opened by some other means. Yet the lock, when examined by police constables, bore no marks of tampering. It appeared to have been opened with a proper key." "Then how was the key found in Morton's possession?" Watson asked, beginning to see the first threads of a different narrative unravelling. "Ah," Holmes said, and there was something almost sad in his expression now. "That is the question that leads us to the heart of this matter. The key was placed in Morton's possession. It was placed there deliberately by someone who understood that such evidence would lead to his arrest." Holmes set the paper aside and began to pace, his mind still engaged in the work of articulation. "I then examined the witness statements with particular care. 2 constables testified that they saw William Morton working in the office building on the night of the theft. But when I examined their accounts more closely, I noticed something curious. Both constables, when asked to describe in detail what they had seen, provided remarkably similar descriptions, not just similar in substance, but similar in phrasing. The language was nearly identical in places. This suggested to me that they had perhaps compared their accounts after the fact, or had been instructed to do so. "You believe they were coached?" Watson said, astonishment beginning to colour his voice. "I believe it is a distinct possibility," Holmes said. "I took the liberty of conducting some private inquiries into the backgrounds of these constables, and I discovered that both men have received advancements in rank within the past 6 months. Both had been passed over for promotion previously. Both, in fact, had been facing potential disciplinary action for various infractions. Nothing serious enough to result in dismissal, but serious enough to blemish their records." Holmes turned back to face Watson, and there was a gravity in his expression that Watson had rarely seen. "And then I came to the matter of the documents themselves. I made inquiries regarding their nature and their importance. They were, as Lestrade indicated, sensitive in character. Correspondence between governmental offices regarding internal matters of minor diplomatic significance. Nothing earth-shattering. Nothing that would justify the extraordinary efforts that appear to have been made to frame an innocent man for their theft." "Then why?" Watson asked. "Why go to such elaborate lengths to frame William Morton?" "That," Holmes said, moving to the window and gazing out at the London evening, "is the question that brought me to the heart of this matter. And that is where the stain upon Mrs. Hudson's tablecloth finally becomes truly significant." Holmes was silent for a long moment, and in that silence Watson could hear the clock ticking, could hear the soft crackle of the fire, could hear the muted sounds of London beyond the windows. When Holmes spoke again, his voice was quieter, more measured, as if he were sharing something that caused him genuine pain. "William Morton was not the target of this conspiracy," Holmes said. "He was merely the instrument. The real target was someone else entirely, someone with access to that office, someone with knowledge of the security measures in place, someone with enough authority to ensure that certain constables would cooperate in a cover-up. I began to trace the connections, to follow the threads backward from the theft itself, and I found myself tracing them directly to one of Lestrade's own superior officers." Watson felt understanding beginning to crystallize. "But Lestrade," Holmes interrupted gently, "made the arrest on the evidence as he understood it at the time. He did his duty as he perceived it. But the evidence was false, Watson. It was manufactured. and it was manufactured by someone high enough in the ranks of Scotland Yard to place pressure on constables and to ensure that no one looked too closely at the inconsistencies. Holmes retrieved another document from the case files. I discovered through my private inquiries that the documents stolen from that office were not in fact stolen for their content. They were stolen to conceal the fact that they had ever been written. You see, they contained correspondence regarding a certain official's private affairs. Correspondence that, had it become public, would have caused considerable embarrassment and would almost certainly have resulted in his resignation. The official wanted the documents destroyed, Watson said slowly, and he used the theft as a way to remove them from the official records. Precisely. He had a confederate create a false theft, arrange for evidence to be planted, ensured that a convenient scapegoat, a clerk with access but without connections, without powerful friends to defend him, was blamed and arrested. The documents would be found nowhere because they had already been destroyed, and the official would be removed from any suspicion because the theft was assumed to be the work of someone seeking to sell or use the information themselves. Holmes returned to his chair and settled into it with a kind of weariness. But what the official did not account for was the conscience of the detective he had manipulated. Lestrade, despite the pressure to accept the case as closed, began to think. He began to question, and his questioning led him to realize that something was fundamentally wrong with the evidence he had been presented with, and that realization brought him to us. Watson found himself profoundly moved by this narrative. He thought of Lestrade, caught between the demands of his superiors and the dictates of his own conscience, struggling with the burden of having participated, however unknowingly, in a conspiracy of injustice. "What will you do?" Watson asked quietly. "I have a responsibility," Holmes said, his voice taking on a harder edge now, "to see that the truth is made known. I have a responsibility to William Morton, who sits in prison for a crime he did not commit. I have a responsibility to justice, to the proper functioning of the law, to the maintenance of those institutions that are meant to protect the innocent." He paused, and in that pause, Watson could sense the weight of conflicting loyalties pressing down upon his friend. "And yet," Holmes continued more softly now, "I also have a responsibility to my colleague, to a man who, despite his errors in judgment, acted in good faith, to a man whose career and reputation would be destroyed if this entire matter were to become public knowledge in an uncontrolled manner." Holmes rose and moved to where the stained tablecloth lay. He picked it up, examining it once more as if it might somehow speak to him afresh, might offer some guidance in this matter of competing obligations. "This stain," he said, holding the cloth so that the afternoon light fell across its surface, "tells a story of a man brought to the breaking point of his emotional endurance. It tells the story of a conscience that could no longer remain silent, no matter what the personal cost might be. Lestrade came here seeking my help not to cover up the truth, but to uncover it. Even though uncovering it will damage him professionally, even though it will bring scrutiny and investigation down upon the very institution he has devoted his life to serving." Watson found that he had risen from his chair and moved to stand beside his friend. "What was his great error, Holmes? What was the mistake he made?" "His great error," Holmes said quietly, "was to trust the word of his superiors without question. His mistake was to accept the evidence as presented without looking more carefully beneath the surface. But these are not uncommon errors, Watson. These are the errors that men of conscience make when they are confronted by authority and pressure. He is not a villain. He is simply a man who failed to see what was hidden beneath the surface, and who is now struggling with the knowledge of his own failure." Holmes set the tablecloth aside gently, almost reverently. "I have decided, Watson, how I shall proceed in this matter. I shall present my findings to Lestrade privately. I shall allow him the opportunity to pursue certain official channels of investigation that may lead to the discovery of the conspiracy without my name being directly attached to any allegations against his superior officer. In this way, justice may be served, but it will be served through the proper mechanisms of the law, not through any public scandal or dramatic revelation." "And Morton?" Watson asked. "Will he be released?" "That," Holmes said, "will depend upon whether Lestrade has the courage to do what is right, despite the personal cost to himself. But I believe he will. I believe the man who came here 3 days ago, spilling ink across Mrs. Hudson's tablecloth in the grip of his own conscience, has within him the strength to see this matter through to its proper conclusion." The evening had grown darker while they spoke. The fire had burned lower in the hearth, but the room felt somehow warmer, as if the sharing of truth, the acknowledgement of human complexity, had created a kind of comfort in itself. Outside, London continued its ordinary business, unaware of the quiet drama unfolding in the sitting room of 221B Baker Street. But within these walls, a moral reckoning had taken place, and the outline of a resolution had begun to form. Holmes would send his findings to Lestrade the following morning, and then the two men would wait and observe and see whether a detective's conscience would prove strong enough to overcome the pressures of his position and the fear of professional ruin. It was, in its own way, a kind of mystery, not a puzzle to be solved through the application of logic alone, but a human mystery, a question about whether a man possessed the courage to do what was right when the personal cost was high, and in that mystery lay the true heart of this story, not the theft of documents or the framing of an innocent man, but the question of what a good man does when he discovers that he has inadvertently participated in an injustice. Would he accept the official version of events and move forward? Or would he pursue the truth, regardless of where it might lead him? The answer, Holmes knew, would reveal the true measure of Inspector Lestrade's character. And it was that answer, more than any logical deduction or brilliant analysis, that had compelled Holmes to undertake this investigation in the first place. The morning after Holmes had shared his conclusions with Watson arrived grey and mild. The fog had lifted somewhat, replaced by a kind of mist that hung in the air like a veil, softening the edges of London, making the city appear somehow gentler than it truly was. The light that filtered through the windows of 221B Baker Street was diffuse and pale, the kind of light that seemed to encourage quiet thought rather than action. Holmes had sent his findings to Lestrade by private courier the previous evening, a sealed envelope containing the results of his investigation, carefully worded to present the facts without unnecessary accusation, written in that particular style that Holmes employed when he wished to be precise yet merciful. Watson had watched his friend compose the letter, had observed the care with which each sentence had been constructed, had recognised in that careful composition the depth of Holmes' consideration for Lestrade's position and predicament. "Do you truly believe he will act upon this information?" Watson had asked as Holmes sealed the envelope. "I believe," Holmes had replied, "that he will act according to the dictates of his conscience. Whether his conscience proves strong enough to overcome the professional pressures he will undoubtedly face remains to be seen, but I have given him the means by which he might do what is right, should he choose to do so. The rest is now in his hands." Now, on this grey morning, Watson found himself contemplating what he had witnessed over the past few days. He sat in his chair by the window, a cup of tea cooling upon the small table beside him, his mind turning over the events and revelations as one might turn over a smooth stone, examining its surface from every angle. Holmes emerged from his study at approximately 9 o'clock. He was dressed as always, with careful attention to detail, his dark coat fitting perfectly across his shoulders, his tie knotted with precision. But there was something in his bearing that suggested he had slept little, and what sleep he had taken had been troubled. His eyes, though still keen, carried a certain weariness that came not from physical fatigue alone, but from the weight of moral complexity. "Good morning, Watson," he said, settling into his chair with a kind of deliberateness that suggested even this simple act required conscious effort. "I trust you slept well." "Adequately," Watson replied, studying his friend with the careful attention that long years of medical practice had taught him, "though I confess my mind was occupied with the matter of Lestrade and Morton throughout the night." "As was mine," Holmes admitted. He poured himself tea from the pot that Mrs. Hudson had left for them, his movements economical and precise. "I have been reflecting upon the nature of what we have done, Watson, and upon the implications of the course of action I have chosen." Watson set aside his own cup and leaned forward slightly. "What do you mean? You have done what was right. You have investigated the matter and discovered the truth. Surely that is sufficient." "Is it?" Holmes said quietly, and there was something almost vulnerable in his voice now, something that Watson rarely heard. "Consider, Watson. I have uncovered evidence of a conspiracy that reaches into the very highest ranks of Scotland Yard. I have evidence that a man of considerable authority and position has committed a grave injustice, and yet I have chosen not to expose this man publicly. I have chosen instead to present my findings to Lestrade in a manner that allows him the opportunity to pursue this matter through official channels that, I must acknowledge, are themselves compromised by the very man I am attempting to bring to account." Holmes rose and moved to the window, his tall figure silhouetted against the pale morning light. In doing so, have I served the cause of justice, or have I merely served the cause of discretion? Have I protected an innocent man from imprisonment, or have I merely ensured that the powerful continue to operate with impunity, their crimes hidden behind a veil of bureaucratic procedure? Watson felt the weight of these questions settling upon him. Holmes, you cannot expect yourself to solve every problem, to correct every injustice. You have done what you believe to be right. Surely that must be sufficient. Must it? Holmes turned to face his friend fully. Tell me, Watson, what is the purpose of truth, if truth serves only to protect those who already possess power and position? What is the purpose of justice, if justice can be manipulated by those who sit above the law? Watson rose from his chair and moved to join his friend at the window. The two men stood in silence for a moment, watching the London morning unfold in its ordinary fashion, carts passing, people hurrying along the pavement, the small dramas of daily life playing out in the fog and mist. I believe, Watson said finally, his voice carrying the weight of conviction born from long experience, that you are asking yourself the wrong question, Holmes. The question is not whether you have solved every problem or corrected every injustice. The question is whether you have served the cause of mercy alongside the cause of truth. Holmes turned to look at his friend, his expression shifting subtly. Mercy? You speak as if mercy and truth are compatible concepts. I have always believed them to be in opposition. And I believe, Watson said gently, that you have been wrong. Consider Lestrade. He came to you not as a criminal seeking to hide his crime, but as a man seeking to understand his own error. He came to you as someone struggling with his conscience, someone who recognized that he had participated in an injustice, however unknowingly. To him, your discovery of the truth is not a condemnation, but a possibility. A possibility that he might correct his error, that he might serve justice not by accepting the official account, but by pursuing the truth even at considerable personal cost. Holmes moved back to his chair and settled into it, his fingers steepling before him in that familiar gesture of deep contemplation. You suggest, then, that the manner in which truth is revealed is as important as the truth itself? I suggest, Watson said, resuming his own seat, that you have always understood this. I suggest that this is precisely why you have chosen to present your findings to Lestrade privately, rather than to the newspapers. I suggest that this is why you worded your letter with such care, with such deliberate attention to phrasing and implication. You have given Lestrade the truth, yes, but you have given it to him in a manner that allows him the possibility of redemption. You have given him the means by which he might correct his error without being entirely destroyed by it. Holmes was silent for a long moment. The clock ticked. The fire crackled softly in the hearth. Outside, London continued its business, unaware of the philosophical reckoning taking place in this small sitting room. When I was a young man, Holmes said at last, his voice quieter than before, I believed that truth was the only thing that mattered. I believed that the world should be understood through the lens of logic and reason, that emotion was a contamination of the pure pursuit of knowledge. I built my entire approach to investigation upon this foundation, the belief that truth, revealed with perfect clarity, would inevitably lead to justice. He paused, his fingers still steepled, his eyes fixed upon some point beyond the physical world of the sitting room. But you have taught me otherwise, Watson, Holmes continued. Through the years of our association, through the countless cases we have worked together, through the friendship that has grown between us, you have taught me that truth without understanding is merely cruelty, that justice without mercy is merely vengeance, that the highest calling of a detective is not to expose every flaw and every error, but to serve the cause of good as it can truly be served, with compassion, with understanding, with an appreciation for the complexity of human motivation and human weakness. Watson felt something shift within his chest at these words. In all their years together, Holmes had rarely spoken so directly of his own limitations, so openly of the ways in which his understanding had been modified and improved through their association. I have chosen a middle path, Holmes said, and now there was something approaching peace in his voice. I have given Lestrade the truth, but I have done so in a manner that allows him the opportunity to act upon that truth with grace. I have exposed the conspiracy, but I have done so through channels that may allow for a resolution that serves justice without necessarily destroying those who participated in the injustice through no fault of their own. And William Morton, Watson asked. William Morton will be exonerated, Holmes said with certainty. Once Lestrade acts upon my information, and I believe he will, for his conscience will not permit him to do otherwise, the true nature of the conspiracy will be revealed. The documents will be located, or evidence of their destruction will be discovered. The false testimony of the constables will be impeached, and Morton will be released, his name cleared, his dignity restored. And Lestrade's superior officer, Watson pressed, will he face consequences? He will face investigation, Holmes said. Whether that investigation results in prosecution will depend upon many factors: political considerations, the availability of evidence, the willingness of witnesses to testify. But he will no longer be able to conceal his actions. He will no longer be able to hide behind the official veneer of respectability. And in a world where truth often hides in darkness, that revelation of hidden truth is itself a form of justice. Watson nodded slowly, beginning to understand the full depth of Holmes's reasoning. So you have not compromised with truth, but rather you have expanded your understanding of what serving truth truly means. Precisely, Holmes said, and a faint smile crossed his face. I have learned that the pursuit of truth is not a solitary endeavour, conducted in isolation from the world of human feeling and human consequence. I have learned that the pursuit of truth is itself a deeply human activity, requiring not merely intelligence but wisdom, requiring not merely the ability to see what is hidden, but also the understanding of when and how to reveal what one has seen. The two men sat in companionable silence for a time. The morning deepened around them. Mrs. Hudson could be heard moving downstairs, attending to her household duties with her usual quiet efficiency. The ordinary rhythms of the house continued their familiar patterns: the ticking of the clock, the crackle of the fire, the soft sounds of London beyond the windows. "Holmes," Watson said at last, "I want you to know that I believe you've done what's right. Not merely correct, not merely logical, but genuinely right. You have balanced the demands of truth and the demands of mercy. You have served justice while honouring the complexity of human fallibility. I do not believe any man could have done better." Holmes looked at his friend with an expression of genuine affection. "My dear Watson, you have become wiser than you perhaps realise. I have depended upon you not merely for companionship, though that too is invaluable, but for your constant reminder that intelligence without humanity is merely cleverness, that logic without compassion is merely cold mechanics, that the pursuit of truth must always be tempered by an understanding of what truth actually serves, not the abstract principles of justice, but the real lives of real people." "Then we agreed?" Watson asked. "We believe we have done what is right." "I believe," Holmes said, "that we have done what we could do that was right. Whether it proves ultimately sufficient will depend upon Lestrade's own choices in the days and weeks ahead. But I believe we have given him the opportunity to do what is right, and I believe that a man of conscience will ultimately choose to do so, even when the personal cost is high." It was at that precise moment that a knock came at the door of the sitting room. Both men looked up simultaneously, and Watson could not help but notice the slight tightening of Holmes's expression, the subtle tensing that suggested even he was uncertain what the immediate future might bring. "Come in," Holmes called out. The door opened, and Mrs. Hudson appeared, bearing upon a small silver tray a telegram. Her expression was neutral, but Watson could see in the set of her shoulders, in the careful way she held the tray, that she sensed the importance of whatever message the telegram might contain. Holmes took the telegram and opened it with swift, economical movements. His eyes moved across the message, and as they did, Watson observed the subtle shifts in his friend's expression, a slight elevation of the eyebrows, a momentary compression of the lips, and then, finally, a softening at the corners of his eyes that suggested something approaching satisfaction. "It is from Lestrade," Holmes said, handing the telegram to Watson. "Read it, if you would." Watson took the slip of paper and read the message written in the official style of telegram communication. "Received your findings. Stop have begun. Preliminary investigation. Stop matter more complex than anticipated. Stop request your discretion. Stop all shall be resolved. Stop grateful for your assistance. Stop Lestrade." Watson looked up from the telegram to meet his friend's gaze. "He is acting upon your information." "He is," Holmes confirmed, "and in his choice to act, despite the personal risk, despite the professional complications, he has already vindicated my decision to approach this matter as I did. He has chosen conscience over convenience. He has chosen truth over the comfort of official acceptance." Holmes rose and moved to the window once more, and this time his posture suggested not the weight of moral complexity, but something closer to peace. The machinery of justice will now move forward, Watson. It will move slowly, perhaps. It will move imperfectly, certainly, but it will move. And in that movement, William Morton will find his freedom, his innocence will be restored, and Lestrade will discover that the cost of doing what is right is worth paying. And what of us? Watson asked. What is our role now? Our role, Holmes said, turning back to face his friend, is to wait, to observe how events unfold, to trust in the power of conscience to guide a good man toward the right course of action, even when that action comes at personal cost, and to remember always that the measure of a detective is not merely his ability to solve puzzles, but his wisdom in knowing how those solutions should be applied to the service of genuine human good. The morning continued its quiet progression. Outside, the mist began to lift slightly, revealing glimpses of the city beneath. The rooftops, the chimneys, the church spires rising above the houses like prayers cast in stone. Inside 221B Baker Street, two friends sat in the warmth of their shared understanding, in the knowledge that they had served not merely the cause of truth, but the deeper cause of mercy. And in that service they had discovered something more valuable than any puzzle solved, any mystery answered. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship, of loyalty, of the commitment to do what is right, not merely because it is correct, but because it is good. A week had passed since Lestrade's telegram arrived. 7 days in which the machinery of investigation had begun its slow, methodical work. 7 days in which quiet inquiries had been made, in which documents had been examined behind closed official doors, in which the truth, carefully shepherded by a detective whose conscience had finally overwhelmed his caution, had begun its inevitable emergence into the light. The sitting room of 221B Baker Street had, during this week, returned to something approaching its normal rhythm. Holmes had resumed his usual pursuits, though Watson observed in him a certain quality of patience, a deliberate choice to remain occupied with smaller matters, while the larger drama unfolded beyond the scope of immediate action. He had spent several days working on a monograph regarding the properties of tobacco ash, a subject that had fascinated him for years, and had conducted several investigations for clients whose cases, while intellectually engaging, bore none of the moral complexity of the Morton affair. The weather, too, had begun to shift. The fog that had shrouded London for so long had finally lifted, replaced by the pale, cool clarity of early spring. The light that now entered the windows of the sitting room had a quality of gentleness that suggested the world was awakening from a long sleep, that renewal and restoration were possibilities once more. It was on the 8th day that Mrs. Hudson appeared at the sitting-room door with an announcement that caused both Holmes and Watson to look up from their respective occupations with something approaching surprise. She stood in the doorway with an air of quiet triumph, her normally placid expression lit by something approaching satisfaction. "I've taken the liberty of doing what I could with the tablecloth, Mr. Holmes," she said, and there was something almost defiant in her voice, as if she were offering a challenge that she believed would be met with approval. "I know you said to leave it as it was, but I couldn't bear to see such a thing simply sit there gathering dust. I've attempted a recovery. If you'd care to examine it, I believe you'll find the results. Well, I believe you'll find them satisfactory." Holmes rose at once, his interest immediately engaged. Watson, recognizing the signs of genuine curiosity, also rose and followed as Mrs. Hudson led them downstairs to the kitchen. The tablecloth lay across the large wooden table, where it had been examined so many days before. But it bore little resemblance to the ink-stained cloth that had so troubled Mrs. Hudson a week prior. The dark stain had faded to something barely perceptible, a ghost of its former intensity, a suggestion of what had been rather than the bold statement it had made initially. "How remarkable," Holmes murmured, moving closer to examine the cloth with his customary attention to detail. "You've used a combination of methods, I perceive. Initial blotting, certainly, but then, what else? Something mild, non-abrasive, something that would draw out the ink without damaging the fibres themselves." Mrs. Hudson's face flushed slightly with pleasure at this recognition of her method. "Lemon juice and salt, Mr. Holmes. My grandmother's remedy for such matters. Gentle application, careful blotting, repeated several times over the course of days. The stain simply, well, it gradually yielded, as if it had decided it had made its point and was ready to take its leave." Watson found himself profoundly moved by this simple act of domesticity. He saw in Mrs. Hudson's methodical care a kind of philosophy that paralleled what Holmes and Watson had themselves been engaged in, the slow, patient work of restoration, the belief that what had been damaged might, with care and time, be made whole again. "The fibres themselves appear undamaged," Holmes said, his long fingers tracing the surface of the cloth with great gentleness. "And the embroidered border, I note with particular pleasure that the embroidery has remained entirely unaffected by your ministries. The craftsmanship is quite fine. Your grandmother's work, I presume?" "My mother's, actually," Mrs. Hudson corrected gently, "though my grandmother taught her the craft. It was brought from the country when my family first came to London, as I mentioned before. It has been in my care for a very long time." "And now," Holmes said, looking up at Mrs. Hudson with an expression of genuine admiration, "it has been restored to you, scarred perhaps by what has occurred, but renewed none the less. There remains a faint trace of the stain, visible only if one looks closely and knows what one is looking for. But the cloth itself is restored. The fundamental integrity of the weave has been preserved. What was damaged has been healed." Watson observed the interplay between Holmes and Mrs. Hudson with quiet appreciation. There was in this moment something profoundly important transpiring, something that went beyond the simple recovery of a household item. Mrs. Hudson, in her patient care for the damaged cloth, had enacted a kind of metaphor for the entire affair. She had refused to accept the permanent damage of what had occurred. She had applied care, patience, and the wisdom of generations to the task of restoration. And her efforts had been rewarded with a genuine renewal of what had been lost. "What will you do with it now?" Watson asked, moving to examine the cloth more closely. The faint outline of the ink stain was still visible to those who knew to look for it, but only just. The cloth had regained something of its original beauty. "I shall use it naturally," Mrs. Hudson said, and there was in her voice something approaching defiance, as if she were making a statement about the nature of damage and recovery. "It is a perfectly serviceable tablecloth now, perhaps more serviceable than before, given that I was always rather too careful with it, too anxious about damaging something so precious that I barely allowed it to fulfill its purpose. Now I can use it freely, and if it suffers another small accident or another small stain, well, I know that such things can be remedied with care and patience." She paused, and something in her expression suggested that she had, in this moment, come to a kind of peace with what had transpired. "There is wisdom in that," Holmes said quietly. "True wisdom, the kind that comes not from books or from logical analysis, but from the simple experience of caring for things that matter. You have taught me something valuable, Mrs. Hudson, though I fear you may not realize it." Mrs. Hudson smiled, a genuine warm smile that transformed her ordinarily composed expression into something much more human and much more vulnerable. "Begging your pardon, Mr. Holmes, but I suspect I have taught you very little that you did not already know, though I believe you may have taught me something as well." "Have I?" Holmes asked with evident curiosity. "What might that be?" "That even the cleverest detective cannot solve all the world's problems," Mrs. Hudson said with a kind of gentle firmness. "That sometimes the greatest wisdom lies in knowing when to apply care and patience to what is broken, rather than seeking to expose and punish the one who broke it. You could have made a great scandal out of what happened. Instead, you chose a quieter path. For that, I am grateful." After Mrs. Hudson had returned upstairs to her other duties, Watson and Holmes remained in the kitchen, standing over the tablecloth. The afternoon light filtered through the kitchen window fell across its surface, illuminating the intricate embroidery of the border, highlighting the faint ghost of the ink stain that would, Watson suspected, never entirely disappear. "Do you think," Watson asked quietly, "that Lestrade will be able to move forward from what has occurred? That he will be able to recover from this crisis of conscience as the tablecloth has recovered from the stain?" "I believe," Holmes said thoughtfully, "that Lestrade will be forever marked by what he has learned about himself during this past week. Just as this tablecloth bears the faint trace of the stain that once marred it so dramatically, so too will Lestrade carry with him the memory of the moment in which he came to realize his own fallibility. But I believe also that he will come to understand, as Mrs. Hudson has understood, that the marks we bear are not necessarily marks of shame. They are rather marks of survival, marks that say, I have endured, I have learned, I have been tested, and I have chosen to do what was right." Watson nodded slowly. "And what of William Morton? Do you believe he will recover as well?" That depends, Holmes said, moving toward the kitchen table and running his long fingers gently across the now restored cloth. Upon the nature of his character, and upon whether the world proves capable of genuine restoration for those who have been wrongly accused. The physical injustice can be corrected. He will be released from prison, his arrest will be expunged from the records, his name will be cleared. But the psychological injury, the memory of those days of wrongful imprisonment, the knowledge that the machinery of justice proved insufficient to protect him, those injuries may take far longer to heal. You blame yourself for that, Watson said, understanding his friend with the clarity that only long association could provide. I do not blame myself precisely, Holmes corrected, but I acknowledge that I could not solve this problem in a way that would entirely prevent such suffering. William Morton will recover from his experience, I believe, but only through his own resources, through his own capacity for resilience, and through whatever compassion the world chooses to extend to him. My role in this matter has been limited. I have provided the means by which justice might be pursued, but I cannot dictate the terms of his personal recovery. The two men stood in silence for a time, the only sound the soft ticking of the kitchen clock, the occasional crackle of the fire in the range where Mrs. Hudson prepared the household meals. Watson found that he was thinking not only about the current case, but about all of the cases in which they had been engaged over the years. How many times had they solved a puzzle, only to realize that the solution brought only partial resolution to the human suffering that had prompted the investigation in the first place? How many times had logical precision proven insufficient to address the deeper wounds that crime left upon those it touched? We do what we can, Watson said finally. That must be sufficient. It must be, Holmes agreed. And yet, my dear Watson, I think we both recognize that sufficiency is a concept that remains eternally elusive to those of us who have devoted our lives to the pursuit of truth. We solve one mystery only to discover that it reveals the existence of greater mysteries beneath. We address one injustice only to recognize the existence of systemic injustices that our individual efforts cannot fully remedy. He turned away from the tablecloth and moved toward the door of the kitchen, clearly intending to return upstairs to the sitting room. But his movements were slow, contemplative, as if each step represented a further journey inward, into the landscape of his own thoughts. And yet, Watson continued, following his friend, we continue to engage in this work. We continue to pursue truth, to investigate injustice, to attempt to bring about resolution and restoration. If we believed our efforts to be entirely futile, we would not do this work. No, Holmes agreed, pausing at the foot of the stairs leading back upstairs. We would not. And that, I believe, is the greatest mystery of all. Not why crime occurs, or why injustice exists, but why human beings choose again and again to struggle against these things, knowing that their individual efforts may prove insufficient to change the fundamental nature of the world. That is the mystery that I have never fully solved, Watson. That is the puzzle that keeps me engaged with life, despite all of my logical analysis that suggests such engagement is ultimately futile. They climbed the stairs in companionable silence. As they reached the sitting room, Holmes paused once more, his hand upon the doorframe. You know, he said, what strikes me most forcefully about this entire affair is not the cleverness of the conspiracy, or the ingenuity of the framing of William Morton. What strikes me most forcefully is the ordinariness of it all. A man in a position of power made an error. To cover that error, he compromised the integrity of others. One of those others, Lestrade, proved to have a conscience sufficiently strong that the weight of his participation in injustice drove him to seek a way to make amends, and through that single man's decision to act according to the dictates of conscience rather than the dictates of professional self-interest, the entire conspiracy has begun to unravel. You place great faith in individual conscience, Watson observed. I place faith, Holmes corrected, in the human capacity for moral growth. I place faith in the belief that even those who have made terrible errors may, when confronted with the consequences of those errors, choose to do better. I place faith in the possibility of restoration and redemption, as if in response to this statement, a sound came from the street below, the familiar bell of a flower seller passing, calling out her wares in a voice that carried the particular music of London street life. The sound seemed to echo through the sitting room, carrying with it the reminder that the world beyond their investigation continued its ordinary business, indifferent to the dramas that had unfolded within these walls. The world is still turning, Watson observed. Life continues, regardless of our efforts to solve its mysteries. It does, Holmes agreed, settling into his chair with a kind of peacefulness that Watson had not observed in him for several days. And that, Watson, is perhaps the greatest comfort of all, because it means that our failures, while they matter enormously to us, do not ultimately determine the course of the world. And it means that our successes, while they may help individuals and may correct specific injustices, are part of a larger tapestry that extends far beyond our individual understanding or control. The sitting room grew quiet around them. The fire crackled softly. The clock ticked its steady rhythm. Outside, London moved through its day, the flower seller continuing on her route, the carriages passing in the street, the ordinary dramas of millions of lives continuing their progression. And within this small room in Baker Street, two men sat in the kind of silence that comes only when those who share it understand each other completely, when words have ceased to be necessary because understanding has transcended the need for linguistic expression. Watson found that his earlier anxiety about the case had transformed into something else entirely, not satisfaction exactly, but rather a kind of acceptance. They had done what they could do. They had served justice while extending mercy. They had revealed the truth while preserving the possibility of redemption. Whether all of the consequences of their actions would prove to be positive could not be known. But they had acted according to the dictates of conscience and wisdom, and that, Watson had come to understand, was all that any person could truly do. The afternoon deepened into evening. Mrs. Hudson appeared to light the gas lamps. The fog of the previous weeks remained absent, replaced by clear London sky that was slowly darkening as the day drew toward its close. And below, in the kitchen, the restored tablecloth lay upon the table, bearing its faint scar of ink, a monument to the possibility of recovery, of healing, of moving forward even after damage has been done. In the days that followed, news would begin to emerge, quietly at first, then with increasing clarity, that William Morton had been released from prison, that an investigation had been opened into the conduct of a senior Scotland Yard official. Inspector Lestrade, despite some professional complications, had managed to navigate the bureaucratic waters in such a way that his own reputation, while marked by the incident, had not been entirely destroyed. The machinery of justice, imperfect as it might be, had ground slowly forward towards something approaching resolution. But this evening, in this quiet moment, none of that mattered. What mattered was the deep peace that comes from having done what one believes to be right. What mattered was the presence of a friend whose company required no justification, whose loyalty was absolute, whose understanding ran as deep as the foundations of true friendship can reach. The tablecloth downstairs, restored and renewed, awaited its return to service, and in the sitting room of 221B Baker Street, two men sat in silence, each contemplating in his own way the great mystery of human suffering, human resilience, and the possibility of restoration that lived at the heart of all genuine recovery. The case of the ink-stained tablecloth was, for all practical purposes, resolved. But the lessons it had taught, about conscience, about mercy, about the complexity of justice, would endure far longer than any material evidence or any logical deduction. And that, Watson understood with sudden clarity, was precisely the point. The greatest cases were not those that could be solved through clever analysis, but those that taught one something profound about the nature of being human, about the capacity for both error and redemption, about the possibility of moving forward even when one carried within oneself the marks of past damage and past failure. 2 weeks had passed since Mrs. Hudson had restored the tablecloth to its place of honour in the household. The spring had fully arrived now, bringing with it the particular quality of London renewal, the way the city seemed to shake off the grey weight of winter and remember that it possessed the capacity for beauty. The trees in the squares began to show their first tender leaves. The light, when it arrived through the windows, carried warmth with it rather than merely illumination. And the fog, that faithful companion of so many London stories, had retreated for the season, leaving behind clear skies and the possibility of distant views. It was an evening in late April when Holmes and Watson found themselves alone in the sitting room, as they so often did in the quieter hours of the day. The investigation into William Morton's case had, by this point, concluded its formal procedures. The young clerk had been released from prison, his name cleared, his innocence established through the careful work of inquiries that had, while undertaken with discretion, none the less achieved their purpose. The senior Scotland Yard official implicated in the conspiracy had resigned his position quietly, with the kind of discretion that such matters often receive when they involve men of sufficient rank and connection, and Inspector Lestrade, while bearing the professional scars of the affair, had managed to emerge from it with his career largely intact, his reputation marked but not destroyed. The household had settled back into its ordinary rhythms. Holmes had taken on several new cases, a matter involving a missing emerald, an investigation into a peculiar theft from the British Museum, the usual flow of problems that made their way to Baker Street seeking his particular expertise. Watson had resumed his medical practice, though he continued to set aside his time to assist his friend when circumstances required. And Mrs. Hudson had moved through her domestic duties with the quiet satisfaction of someone who had weathered a small crisis and emerged from it with her fundamental principles intact. It was on this particular evening that Holmes had suggested they take tea in the sitting room rather than in the dining room. The invitation itself was unusual enough to merit Watson's notice, suggesting that his friend had something on his mind, some observation he wished to share in the comfortable intimacy of this space where so many of their most important conversations had taken place. The tea was prepared with care. Mrs. Hudson had brought up a particularly fine blend, along with small cakes and bread with butter. The fire was warm without being excessive. The light of the gas lamps had been adjusted to a soft glow that seemed to invite contemplation rather than activity. And through the windows the evening of London could be observed in its quiet splendour, the street lamps beginning to glow with their soft yellow light, the last of the day's activity winding down, the city preparing itself for the night. "I have been thinking," Holmes said, setting down his teacup with deliberate care, "about the nature of this case that has occupied our attention these past weeks, and I have come to several observations that I believe merit discussion." Watson smiled at this. He had learned long ago to recognise when Holmes had arranged an evening specifically to pursue the kind of philosophical discussion that seemed to him as necessary as sustenance. "I am all attention, Holmes." "First," Holmes said, his long fingers steepling beneath his chin, "I have observed that the case itself, when examined through the lens of simple deduction, was remarkably straightforward. The evidence of conspiracy was evident to one who cared to examine it carefully. The innocence of William Morton was established through basic logical analysis. The guilt of the senior official involved could have been demonstrated through the application of standard investigative procedures." "Yet," Watson said, "you chose not to proceed in that manner." "I did not," Holmes confirmed, "and that choice, I believe, represents something significant about the evolution of my understanding regarding the nature of detective work. You see, Watson, for many years I believed that the purpose of investigation was to uncover the truth. Simply that, to see what was hidden, to expose what was concealed, to bring darkness into light. I believed that truth, once revealed, would naturally lead to justice, and that my role was merely to facilitate that revelation." Holmes rose and moved to the window, gazing out at the London evening. His tall figure was silhouetted against the pale light, and Watson was struck, as he so often was, by the elegance of his friend's bearing, the way his mind seemed to be visible in the very posture of his body. "But you have taught me otherwise," Holmes continued, his voice quieter now. "Through our years of association, through the countless cases we have worked together, through the friendship that has grown between us, you have gradually altered my understanding of what it truly means to be a detective. You have taught me that the revelation of truth, while important, is not the only important thing. You have taught me that wisdom sometimes requires that truth be handled with care, revealed with discretion, presented in a manner that allows for the possibility of redemption and restoration." Watson found that he had set aside his teacup and was now leaning forward slightly, entirely engaged in what his friend was saying. "In the matter of William Morton," Holmes continued, turning back to face Watson, "I could have gone directly to the newspapers with my findings. I could have demanded a public inquiry, exposed the conspiracy in full view of London, destroyed the career of the official involved immediately and completely. That would have been the straightforward path, the path dictated purely by a commitment to truth and to the public exposure of injustice. But you did not," Watson said. "I did not. Instead, I chose a path that allowed for the possibility of various outcomes. I presented my findings privately to Lestrade, a man whom I knew to be struggling with his own conscience regarding the matter. I gave him the opportunity to act upon those findings according to his own moral judgment. I trusted that a good man, when confronted with evidence of his participation in injustice, would choose to do what was right, even if that choice carried with it significant personal cost. Holmes returned to his chair and settled into it with a kind of peacefulness. And that trust, Watson, proved to be justified. Lestrade did choose to act. He did pursue the matter through official channels. He did, in the end, serve both truth and justice, even though that service damaged his professional reputation and caused him considerable personal distress. Watson nodded slowly, understanding the significance of what Holmes was articulating. "You're suggesting that the true detective work in this case was not the investigation into the theft, but rather the investigation into the nature of conscience and human choice." "Precisely," Holmes said, a faint smile crossing his face. "The solving of the puzzle was the least significant aspect of this entire affair. Any reasonably intelligent person, given sufficient time and resources, could have unravelled the conspiracy, but the question of how to apply that unravelling, how to reveal truth in a manner that would serve justice while also preserving the possibility of redemption for those involved in the injustice, that required something more than mere cleverness, that required wisdom." The two men sat in silence for a time. Outside, the evening deepened into true darkness. The street lamps glowed with their steadfast illumination, and within the sitting room, the fire crackled softly, maintaining its ancient conversation with those who sat before it. "I have also been reflecting," Holmes said at last, "upon the meaning of the tablecloth. You understand, I hope, that I have not forgotten Mrs. Hudson's restoration of it. I have not forgotten the symbolic significance of what she accomplished through her patient care." "The stain faded but did not entirely disappear," Watson said. "The cloth was damaged but was not destroyed." "Yes, and in that partial recovery, in that scarred but serviceable renewal, I see a metaphor for the entire affair. We cannot undo the damage that has been done. William Morton cannot recover the weeks he spent in prison. Lestrade cannot recover his former state of professional innocence. The official who committed the original injustice cannot escape the knowledge of what he has done, regardless of whether his crime is publicly exposed or quietly concealed." Holmes paused, his grey eyes distant as if seeing something beyond the walls of the sitting room. "And yet," he continued, "through the patient application of care, through the willingness to engage in the work of restoration rather than merely the work of exposure, it is possible to move forward. It is possible to create conditions in which healing can occur. It is possible for damaged things to become serviceable again, even if they bear permanent marks of what they have endured." Watson felt something shift within his chest at these words. He realised in this moment that he had been waiting for Holmes to articulate precisely this understanding. He had sensed, over the years of their association, that his friend was gradually moving toward a more nuanced understanding of justice and truth. But to hear it expressed so clearly, to have Holmes acknowledge it so directly, carried a weight of significance that extended far beyond this single case. "What you are describing," Watson said slowly, "is a kind of mercy. Not mercy that compromises with truth, but mercy that recognises the humanity of those who commit injustice, and that creates space for their redemption." "I am," Holmes said, and there was gratitude in his voice. "And I believe that this understanding represents the most important conclusion I have reached through the course of this investigation. It represents, in many ways, a validation of the path you have been attempting to guide me along for so many years, Watson. You have always maintained that the pursuit of truth must be tempered by an understanding of human complexity. You have always believed that justice, properly understood, must include the possibility of restoration and redemption. And I believe that at last, after all these years, I have come to understand the wisdom of your position." The evening grew deeper still. Mrs. Hudson appeared to refill the teapot, her movements quiet and efficient. She exchanged a few brief words with Holmes regarding a matter of household maintenance, accepted his compliments regarding the excellence of the evening's provisions, and withdrew, leaving the two men once more alone in their companionable silence. "Tell me, Holmes," Watson said as the evening drew toward its close, "do you believe that William Morton will recover from what he has endured? Do you believe that he will be able to move forward and build a life despite the injustice he has suffered?" "I believe," Holmes said carefully, "that the answer to that question lies entirely within William Morton himself. What I can say is that he has been given the opportunity to do so. The official barriers to his recovery, his imprisonment, the false accusation, the stigma of a guilty verdict, have been removed. What remains is the personal work of coming to terms with what he has endured, of processing the trauma of wrongful accusation, of learning to trust in a world that has already failed him once. And that recovery will be slow, Watson observed. It will not follow the neat trajectory of a solved case, moving from mystery to clarity to resolution. It will be complicated, uncertain, subject to setbacks and moments of doubt. It will be, Holmes agreed. And I suspect that recognition itself, the recognition that recovery is complicated and uncertain, represents a form of wisdom that I had not previously possessed. In my earlier understanding of the world, problems had solutions. Mysteries could be solved. Injustices could be corrected. But this case has taught me that while these things are true on a certain level, they are only partially true. The solving of the mystery does not automatically solve the human suffering that the mystery has occasioned. The correction of the injustice does not automatically heal the wounds that injustice has created. Watson rose and moved to the window, looking out at the London night. The city stretched before him, millions of lives being lived, millions of stories unfolding simultaneously, most of them unknown and unrecorded. Somewhere in that vast cityscape, William Morton was attempting to rebuild his life. Somewhere else, Inspector Lestrade was continuing his work, carrying with him the marks of his moral crisis, but also the knowledge that he had chosen to do what was right. And somewhere else still, the official who had orchestrated the conspiracy was living with the consequences of his actions, however privately those consequences might be endured. "Do you think," Watson asked, turning back to face his friend, "that we have done well? That our choices in this matter have led to good outcomes?" "I believe," Holmes said, "that we have done well according to our present understanding. I believe that we have applied the wisdom available to us at this moment, and that we have chosen a path that, while not perfect, represents our best understanding of how to serve both truth and mercy. Whether history will judge our choices to be right, I cannot say, but I am at peace with them." The evening was drawing to a close now. The fire had burned lower, and the room had grown cooler. Watson was aware of the particular quality of late evening, that time when day has fully yielded to night, when the world outside the windows has settled into its sleep, when those still awake feel themselves to be moving through a kind of dream, where ordinary time and logic seem to operate differently. "Before we retire," Holmes said, rising from his chair, "I wish to express something that I have perhaps not expressed with sufficient clarity or frequency. I wish to thank you, Watson, for the role you have played not merely in the investigation of this case, but in shaping my understanding of what it means to be a detective, to be a seeker of truth, to be a human being engaged with the world." Watson felt emotion rising within his chest at these words. Holmes was not a man given to expressions of sentiment, and to hear such thanks expressed so directly was profoundly moving. "You have taught me," Holmes continued us, "that brilliance without wisdom is merely cleverness, that logic without compassion is merely mechanical, that the pursuit of truth must always be conducted with an awareness of the human consequences of that pursuit. These lessons have not come easily to me, for they have required the unlearning of much that I had believed to be fundamental. But they are lessons that I would not now wish to unlearn." The two men stood facing each other in the dying light of the sitting room, and Watson recognized in that moment that they had arrived at something like the truest understanding of their friendship that they had yet achieved. It was not the understanding born of adventure or of shared danger, though they had experienced those things together. It was rather the understanding that comes when two people have, through years of association and genuine care for each other, managed to see each other truly, not as idealized versions of themselves, but as real people with real limitations, real capacities for error, and real capacities for growth. "We should retire," Holmes said finally, moving toward the door of the sitting room. "Tomorrow will bring its own investigations, its own puzzles, its own opportunities for the application of detective work. But for tonight, I think we should allow ourselves the peace that comes from having done what we believe to be right, and from having learned something valuable in the doing of it." Watson followed his friend upstairs. As they reached the landing, Holmes paused for a moment and turned back. "I have instructed Mrs. Hudson," he said, "to use the restored tablecloth for our breakfast tomorrow morning. I thought it fitting that it should return to active service, that it should no longer remain a monument to what was damaged, but should become instead an instrument of the ordinary domestic comfort that characterizes this household. I trust you approve of this decision?" "I do," Watson said warmly. It seems fitting that the tablecloth should resume its role, bearing its scar but not defined by it. Precisely, Holmes said, and there was something approaching contentment in his expression. And perhaps that is the final lesson of this case, Watson, that we ourselves are like that tablecloth, marked by what we have endured, carrying within us the traces of past damage and past error, and yet capable of moving forward, of remaining serviceable, of continuing to fulfill the purposes for which we were created, or for which we have created ourselves. The two men retired to their rooms. The house grew quiet around them, and downstairs in the kitchen the restored tablecloth lay in its place, waiting for the morning's breakfast, bearing within its weave the entire story of what had transpired. The stain that had sparked an investigation, the conspiracy that had been uncovered, the conscience that had demanded action, the choice to pursue truth with mercy, and the ultimate restoration of what had been damaged. Outside, London settled into its night. The city that had been the stage for so many dramas, so many investigations, so many cases of crime and mystery, continued its eternal work of being itself, indifferent to the small human dramas that unfolded within its boundaries, yet somehow also containing and holding those dramas within itself, as if the city itself were a kind of witness to all that occurred within its borders. And in the sitting room of 2 Snawsonby Baker Street the fire burned down to embers, and the gas lamps slowly flickered and faded, and the room, which had for so many weeks been filled with the intensity of investigation and moral questioning, finally achieved the peace and quietness that comes only when important work has been completed, when significant choices have been made, and when two friends can rest in the knowledge that they have done well. The case of the ink-stained tablecloth had reached its conclusion, but the lessons it had taught, the wisdom it had imparted, the way it had altered the understanding of those involved, those would continue to reverberate through the days and years ahead. And that, perhaps, was the truest measure of any mystery. Not whether it had been solved, but whether its solving had led those engaged in the solving to understand something deeper about the nature of truth, justice, and the complex business of being human in a complicated world. As the night deepened, as London slept, as the great city rested in its cyclical restoration, there remained in one sitting room on Baker Street the memory of what had transpired here. Not the memory of brilliant deduction or clever analysis, important as those things might be, but rather the memory of two friends coming to understand each other more fully, and through that understanding, coming to understand themselves, and in that quiet private knowledge they had found something far more valuable than any public triumph or celebrated success. They had found, in the midst of investigating a mystery, the quiet truth at the heart of all genuine investigation, that the search for understanding is ultimately a search for connection, that the pursuit of truth is ultimately a pursuit of meaning, and that the deepest satisfaction in detective work comes not from solving puzzles, but from learning how to live more wisely, more compassionately, more humanely in a world that is far more complicated than any puzzle, far more mysterious than any case, and far more precious than any solution could possibly convey. And as sleep claimed them both, as the night wrapped itself around the city like a gentle blanket, the restoration was complete, not merely of the tablecloth, but of understanding, of connection, of friendship deepened through shared experience and shared growth. The adventure ended, the mystery was solved, and in the solving of it something far more important had been discovered. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the soft night sky of Sydney, the ocean hush of Maldives, the golden glow of Cairo, or the peaceful streets of Copenhagen? If this tale brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the quiet of the world embrace you. Let your dreams drift softly into tomorrow. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.